Yo. Oh wait. No, before that, there's something important I need to do. So hang on.
Por eso les pido que voten por Boric. No en nombre de un viejo sentimentalismo izquierdista, sino como un acto de coraje. Boric vive hoy en la era de las nuevas tensiones globales y de las amenazas ecológicas. Solo Boric nos da esperanza. Gracias.
Alright, now we can start. So that was Melody of... No, wait, that's Singing Hill from Artonelico, Melody of Lemia, which I think it's Artonelico 1. Not sure. Or maybe it's a special one. I heard a lot of the soundtrack. I didn't actually like the soundtrack very much. But that song in particular, I really like it. I think it's pretty cool. The rest of the soundtrack is too happy for me. It just... It doesn't work for me. I'm not that happy, you know? In general. I need a little bit of... I can be happy, yes. But I'm not happy all the time, you know? I need some variance. Some different feelings. Do you need us to cheer you up? Yes, kinda. A little bit. That's how it works. Now the thing is, you don't have to be happy all the time. That's the thing. And the other feelings, and the thing is not just happy. It's also like a little bit too cheerful. You know, I think that's the cheers up. That's the difference, because there's different kinds of happiness, right? Like when you finally get something that you have been working for a while, it's not the same as being cheerful. It's more of being content and like relief. And that's also kind of happiness, you know? But this thing is too cheerful. Anyway, today we're gonna do the tutorial. I'm not sure if it's gonna be one episode or several. It depends on how I go with my voice. I mean, it's a really complex emotion, like most of them, yeah. Content is the most common type of happiness, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Alright, so we'll start. So this, oh wait, muted. I'm not entirely sure how I'm gonna abort this. I'm probably gonna improvise a lot, as I usually do, and like explain general tricks as they come up. Because the thing about this game is I don't really have any kind of other tutorials. So this is probably gonna cover everything I know. Can stick around. Okay, thank you. Anyways, Umber. Saying hello. And okay, so welcome to Lost Vikings 2. This is an any percent tutorial, which is the same as to say no special moves. Okay, so you just go without using the special moves setup. So just vanilla abilities and some glitches here and there, a lot of text. And I'm going to explain several tricks as they come up. So this is also useful as a general tutorial for the game that will have some useful stuff for probably every category. Okay, so I'm probably gonna stop on several places just to explain some stuff. So the game starts, you match start. There is a cutscene at the beginning, and there's gonna be cutscenes at the beginning of every world. Or at the end of every world, same thing. So you're always gonna have this text you wanna match. You can match any of the 4 face buttons. I'm using a GameCube controller, don't worry about that. So let's go here. So usually for the first level, I match Y, as you can see in my input display, because you're gonna be using Y immediately after that. So let me show you the first trick of this game. So we're gonna ignore this thing right here. We're gonna talk about that tutorial later because that appears automatically. The first thing you wanna learn here is switch boost. So you see, Eric does this boost, right? And if you just hold Y, he will do it, like you can buffer the boost, alright? But if you do this and then swap immediately while you're holding the direction Eric is going, he's gonna go especially far, okay? So what you do is you hold Y and change, like that. So now if we go back to Eric, you see he's here. Now you can go way farther than that. That's still not great. You see he goes way farther, okay? So ideally what you want to do on this first level is you can actually land on the lady right here, on the tree of the lady. And the best way to do that is, like, you don't start Y immediately, you start it a little bit later. And here's why it's cool to just match Y, because you can match Y here. And then here, as soon as you see these, you keep matching Y to get rid of this. And then right after that, you change. You swap. Okay? You see, he's pretty much here. If you do it perfectly, I think it's cycle perfect. He's gonna land here. If he doesn't land here, you can always swap him at the end just to move it a little bit more. So that's the first thing. Okay, so yeah, okay, so he landed right there. Alright. Second thing is when you are advancing, we're gonna use some tech. This is general tech. It's taking a lot here on the first level, but it's gonna be faster later. We're gonna do inside camera switches. So you see, when I change to Eric, all this time, this camera is panning. You don't have movement. Okay, so that's lost time, basically. You only have movement once Olaf or whoever you're changing to is inside the camera. So to save some frames, once you change to Biolog, you want to walk around here and then change to Olaf. So he's still inside of the camera. And then you can do the same here, back to Biolog. And then, even though you can bring Biolog all the way here, I recommend that change it here. And then here change to Biolog. Why? Because there's also a loading trigger on the lady. So you see this text goes very fast. But if you do this instead, we're gonna go all the way with Biolog. You see, she's out of the camera a little bit. And now she takes forever. It maybe didn't look as much to you, but it's almost a second extra of loading time because she's out of the camera. So instead you just do an extra one. So one here. Since you're doing an extra one, you don't even need to go to the limit of the camera. And there you go. Okay, so there's gonna be a lot of that optimizations. Of those optimizations through the run. Mostly on War 1. Okay? The other wars are a little bit more difficult to do those things. And then you can match... I match 3 buttons. Again, you can match any of the face buttons. What I do is I match 3. Alright. So for Stu, this is gonna be a little bit straightforward. I'm just gonna mention my strats. So you can jump with Eric and change midair like this. So he's gonna land there. Every time you can do something with a character automatically, like leaving someone falling or things like that, is very useful. Okay. So you jump with Eric, change to Biolog, then here. If you press to one of the sides, you're gonna fall here. Okay. If you do it too early, you won't fall. Actually, if you do it here and you press to the side, he's gonna go up. Okay. So there's a certain threshold on the animation. Okay. So once you fall with Biolog, Olaf, same thing. And then Eric. Then go back to Biolog. Kill this guy. And immediately after you kill it, you can change to Eric. Do a switch boost into Olaf. Then inside camera switch. Then another one here to put the shield on the fire. Then ladder again with everyone. And then after falling with Olaf, we're gonna do a damage boost here. So you go to the fire. Take the damage. It's fine. You're gonna take 2 damage. Change to Biolog, do the same thing. And then here you can go with Eric. Okay, so let me go back here. Okay, so Eric on this part, you won't get damaged by the fire if you do this correctly, like fast. And the guys are taking the damage. So something that we need to go for here is another technique is boost cancel with Eric. Okay, so just to show that, I'm gonna put Olaf here. So you can see what's going on. So when you boost, if you just hold Y and the direction, you will keep the boost, okay? And if you do that into a wall, you're gonna ram into it, alright? Now, you can actually cancel the boost if you press a different direction. So it could be up, it could be the opposite direction, it could be down. Down and up are the fastest ones to cancel, and then opposite direction takes a little bit, like a little bit of momentum because of the turning around animation. Okay? And cool thing about this is it doesn't ram into walls. And also you can like keep doing cancels like this. It's like a dash dance or whatever. Or foxtrot, I guess. So the idea here is you cancel your boost into a jump here. Like that. So you will land here. Alright? So that's just gotta go out of practice. You're gonna do a lot of this. Sometimes you're gonna get it fast, sometimes you'll get it more slow. Okay? Then you grab this thing. Let's go back here actually. Or here rather. If you bug on that, it's fine. Sometimes there's a cycle perfect, like 3 frames where you jump and you go very far, kind of like a Mega Man jumping dash, which is, I think it's not intended because it's just a 3-frame trick. If that happens, you're probably gonna bunk, but that's fine. From here, you can do a switch boost, and you should land on the lady, okay? I didn't land on the lady there, but it's fine. Like, if you get this as a backup, you can jump with Eric here and change to Olaf, okay? But of course you want to get it. Try it again. He's not landing there. Oh boy. Okay, he doesn't want to land. Alright, Eric. Okay, there you go. So, sometimes you land. I don't actually know how it works, but there's like some pixels where you land. Again, if you don't land, you can jump with Eric into the lady. Now, why do you want to jump? Is because there is a trigger here. If you get too close to a lady, you're gonna trigger this, which is kind of a tutorial. Like, I need these items and all that to go. So you actually want to stop around here. Like, here is fine. The trigger is farther, you know? It's like up here. From here, you can beat the level. And that's why if you get Eric here, you don't want to walk into the lady because you're gonna get this. But you still need to deliver the items, right? And that's why it's good to, like, jump into it, then Bylog, then Olaf. Although Olaf has an item here. Why is that? Yeah, it's weird. No idea why that happened. But yeah, that's the general idea. Alright, Keys has 2 strats at the beginning. Like 2 different strats. So we're gonna go for the easy one first. So the easy one is boost switch, and then you kill the Skelly right there. Switch into Olaf. Grab the key. And then here, when Olaf falls, you change to Bylog. Then back to Olaf. Then open this. Okay? So that's the sequence for the first part. That's the easy sequence. The slightly more difficult sequence is doing a whole Y strat. So whole Y is when you cap Y hold with Olaf, like this. And if you do that, he's gonna go extremely fast when he's airborne, like this, okay? So he's going way faster than normal. Like, here for instance, he doesn't land there, but with hold Y, he does, right? Now, to do this properly, you need to buffer Y somewhere, right? You can do that after a swap, or you can also do that on, like, when you are small. So if you're small F, if you press Y, you're gonna turn up to normal Olaf. And a way safer place to do it is here. If you press Y, nothing happens, right? So in this case, you don't kill the Skelly. Just swap, go down with this guy, and then grab the key. Hold Y there. Don't swap there, open. And that's the sequence, okay? Why is this riskier? Because sometimes the Skelly stun locks you. So if you're fine resetting on this level, I would say go for it. Save like 0.3 seconds. It's not a whole lot, but it's a strat. Then from here, both strats go for the same. You open the door, then go to Eric, switch boost into Bylog, so Bylog grabs the eye, then go down with everyone. You want to go down with Olaf going to the left, because this Skelly is actually gonna be closer if you're doing this properly. Let's do it again, so it actually looks how it should. There you go. So you see he's covering. He might attack one of your guys, but that's fine. And actually, if that happens, it's gonna kill it. If that doesn't happen, you change to Bylog, kill it, then swap Eric. Inside camera switches here with these guys. Back to Eric. And then here is our first menu. New menu with select. And you can do menus extremely fast in this game actually. And then change to this and unselect the menu, of course. Key into Bylog. Kill this guy, go back to Eric. And here you want to do a switch boost, but with a cancel. So instead of doing this, and into Olaf. So instead of doing that, you'll see this guy is a little bit too far. Okay? So what you're gonna do is you're gonna cancel that going up. Like that. Just a little bit, so he lands around there. And change to Eric here. You can jump out of ladders. So from here you jump to the ladder. Double jump here. And then swap here as soon as you get the key. You don't want to swap before, because you're not gonna grab it out of camera. Okay? You get the key, change to Bylog, and here the timing should be enough to make it here with Olaf up. Here my timing was weird because I'm doing the tutorial, okay? But usually you can leave Bylog around here and then move Olaf. Then here swap. To do that, you go to menu, B, and select the character you're gonna go. Then B again, and then if you can, you want to switch while you are in the menu, because that saves a frame. Okay? You can open this key with a small F, like that. Then you go with Olaf up. And you want to land Olaf around here, more or less. Like on the thingy. What's the name of that? The grave. Okay? So if you land Olaf around here on the grave, this aligns very well for a strat later. Okay? So here we go. Eric. Double jump there, then into Bylog, and this should give you enough time to just kill the vampire like that. Then switch boost to Eric. Move Olaf a little bit, and then inside camera switch to Bylog. And then Olaf at the end. So you see, that way, these guys deliver the items before Olaf arrives. Because the items, the spinning of the items, needs to end before the lady triggers the dialogue. Okay? So now we go Tratch. So we're gonna start going faster and faster with some of the basic stuff you already know. Alright? So boost cancel here. I mean, not boost cancel. Switch boost into Olaf. This has to be very early. If you take too much, like this, you won't hit this thing. I don't really understand why. I think he automatically cancels the thing once you switch. But if you do it earlier, since he's kind of out of camera, he should have the thing. Like that. Okay? You need to practice the timing there. So switch boost into Olaf. Olaf until here. For an inside camera switch. Then Bylog here. Into another switch boost. And then Olaf back. And then here you want to switch right after you go down. Okay, so this helps you. So what is supposed to happen on this level is you go down with Bylog. And then you can't grab this key. So you need to get rid of one of these into the trash. And then you can grab the key. Instead, you can change the camera back to Bylog. He's farther away. Like that. And you're gonna grab either 2 or 3 items. Okay, depending on how good your switch is. So I grabbed 3 there. 2 there. Bylog walls until the elevator. And you go down. Back to Olaf. Key. Olaf falls here into Bylog. Is it impossible to use a healing item when you're full health? Yes. You can only use that when you have damage. And this distance, this fall, is not long enough to have damage on Olaf, sadly. Plus it will be slower for the timing Olaf needs to recover. Okay, so Olaf down into Bylog. Bylog gets rid of this. Let's do it again. Bylog for target. Come on. Then Olaf goes down. You want Olaf here to the left, because the Skelly on the left is usually more dangerous than the other one, okay? Then when you fall with Bylog, you cancel here. Cancel boost. Do that. Usually you will grab the key here first. Sometimes, I still don't understand how it works. You might grab the bat first, the bat wing. In that case, you need to change to the wing. Then here's one of the cool things about boost cancel. If you do a boost like this, you're gonna damage. Okay, but that skill, you don't really need to destroy it, right? Now, if you do a boost cancel, you're gonna either get hit like that, or you're gonna go through the enemy. Like that, okay? So, ideally what you wanna do is boost cancel through both enemies. Okay, so... Actually, let me go back a little bit to get the timing correctly here. Like that, okay? Then Bylog can kill this guy. And once you do the attack, change to Olaf, if you can. Then you can change back to Bylog, and here you need to improvise a little bit. I recommend going to Eric, do a switch boost, and so on. Every time you can do a switch boost that won't kill you or anything, you should. Just to advance freely. So like that. Then get this thing. Olaf goes first up. You might get damaged there, it's fine. After a jump, you can move a little bit of Bylog. You don't want to move Bylog all the way up here. You can leave Bylog around here if you want, or down here. Because you still need to wait for an elevator later, okay? Then here, you want to take on these blocks. There's a technique called Super Armor Headbutt. That sometimes happens. It's a 3-pixel window, which is on several parts of this. Let's see if I get... Okay, there you go. So, you just go for it. There is a setup to find the pixels, but it's kind of slow. So it's better to just go for it and be prepared to land here if you get it, okay? And then another thing that happens then is there's also a pixel perfect elevator thingy here. So if you land perfectly in the elevator while you're jumping, because you want to jump like this, and then go for the elevator down and go to the lady, okay? That's the idea. But if your jump aligns perfectly with the elevator, you can hold down and activate the elevator airborne, okay? To do that, I think is you do the double jump about 9 frames after your first jump, more or less, or 12, I don't remember. So don't match the double jump if you want to get it. You have to do the double jump a little bit after. Like, that was too late. That was it, okay? So you can practice. If you don't get it, it's fine. Just be sure to react if you don't get it. If you get it, you want to keep holding into the lady. Always deliver the item. If you don't get it, just be sure to actually activate this thing. I actually don't want to get it, just to show you that. Then into Bylog up, and if you grab 2 items up at the beginning with Olaf, and then you grab the garlic of the skeleton with Olaf too, you can actually swap here the mushroom, okay? This actually saves time, this menu right here. Because if you don't do that, you're gonna have to do this. Deliver this with Bylog and this with Olaf. And that takes some extra time. Instead, if Olaf has an empty spot, and if the mushroom is on your first slot, you can do a very quick fast, very good swap into that. And that actually saves time, believe it or not. Okay? Alright. Break. Small break for me. How's everyone doing? Oh wait, what did I open this shit? I've been uploading a lot of stuff into I did a new channel on YouTube. It's nothing important really, I just did it to upload shit that is not on YouTube at all. Like music that is always missing, and I did it in a different new channel because, you know, just to avoid a strike or something. This is a channel I don't really care about. Alright, working on a script, waiting for a sandwich, nice. Is the script for Yakuza, or is another one, like Yakuza 0? Give me a second. Coming along nicely. Yakuza 0, nice. I think I read that you wanted to get it on a special date. Like, I guess, anniversary or something like that, I assume. I sure am. January 24. 5 years from Yakuza 0 Western release. Nice. So you have some time. Good excuse for self-promotion? Yeah. Always. Like you said in the past, who else is gonna do it if you don't do it? Alright. Let's go for swim. What is this? Oh, just keyboard gunk. Okay, good. Indeed. Alright, swim. So, first thing you can do on swim, you can switch boost with Eric into the water. And you change to Olaf. Okay, so like that. Then on water, I really just match B. There might be a more optimal way to swim. I don't actually know. But I just match B. Then go here, activate the button. And then right after that, switch boost into Biolog. Okay, you can move Biolog around here. So Olaf is still inside of camera. Then to Olaf. Fart. Destroy this, go back to Eric. Sometimes, if you do this cancel correctly on the button with Eric, Eric might land here, like up here. Which is better, because you just do one jump. In that case, just do one jump. Or you can do a double jump into a swap here. Into the Olaf. He's gonna take damage, but it's not that bad. I honestly prefer the single jump. And if he lands here, it's completely fine. I timed this, and combining the boost switch with a double jump here, it's fine. Into Biolog. Can Olaf land ass first into a fireball? And if so, does it matter? Oh, you mean like if he takes damage here? So there's there's two things going on here. So first of all, it won't happen because the fire is out of camera. So you won't get damage, even if he's looking at this way. The other thing is, even when you are ass landing, even though the animation is different, like this, he actually has the shield hitbox active. Okay? So he won't get the damage. Anyways. Okay, so here, for Biolog, there's different ways to do this part. It seems like such a simple part, but there's actually several ways to do this. My favorite take is this. You go into here, go here, cancel here, so you land on this plateau, and that way you can switch into Eric when Biolog falls. Okay? Another option is going in from here. Now the problem with this is sometimes you get too much momentum. If that happens, you're gonna get damage with Biolog, which is not terrible, but you kind of want to save some health for Biolog later, okay? Like RTA speaking. On a normal any percent full run. Another option is do a boost here, which is also not great. It's kind of a different route. We're gonna talk about arm boost. Not yet, but you gotta believe me that you can do that. It's gonna land here, but you need a different route on the switches for this to work properly and actually save time. So just forget about it. Just know that it exists. It's cool for individual levels. Here, I really recommend to just go down here. So you don't have a lot of momentum. Then back to Eric. Drop everyone in that order. Then back to Eric again. About the first thing you said, can you not take damage off camera from the fire? Yeah. Yeah, you don't take damage. The thing is, you do take damage out of camera from fire, but the thing is, those things don't work out of camera. The fire throwers don't throw fire out of camera. They're inactive, okay? Now, if you see a fire going on, it will always be active. Okay? Even if it will go out of camera. But as soon as it doesn't active, you're fine. Okay? So here, I don't know if I want to explain the arm boost immediately. Yeah, I guess I kind of have to. Just in case you want to go for it. It is an advanced strat, but we're just explaining it right now. So you go to Eric here, boost down, and then boost again. And then once you hit that, you change to Bylog. So here, the strat, the human strat, at least for me, is just do this part normally. So do this part normally means around this, more or less. Like basically improvise in the tether so you land here. Okay? Now, that is, of course, not the best strat, but it's the safest one and the more consistent one. There is another trick that you can do here, which is the arm boost. Okay? So the arm boost is a 3-frame window where when you do a tether, if you press Y on the same frame, you grab the tether. So I think it's that one. You launch yourself. Like that. Okay? And you get all the momentum that Bylog is getting on the first frame here. So you see, when he grabs the thing, he actually gets some momentum there. All that momentum to go to the range of the tether. All that momentum will transfer into Bylog. And that's an arm boost. Now, the problem with this, and why it's complicated, is first of all, okay, you get it, but this doesn't go all the way, necessarily. Okay? Necessarily is the key word here. So, if you don't go all the way, you can always react, of course, to grab another one. And you're still saving some time. Okay? Now, there is a way to go all the way. But it's very tricky. It's a 3-frame pixel. 3-pixel window, rather. Which is, I believe it's around here. When the hand is with this, like, thingy in the floor. With the plant. And maybe even from here. When there's like 1 pixel of the sword. I don't exactly remember. So I think it's that, and that. So I think from here, you go all the way. No, not quite. So maybe it was the sword. Okay, it's the sword one. So technically, you can always try to go for it. But it's kind of hard because you're doing it after a swap. And Bylog is actually here. So I think it's very rough on this level in particular. I try to avoid it. It's also like, it says like 0.6 seconds. It's not really that much. So my take is to either don't do it or always be prepared to fail the complete one. Because you are unlikely to get the perfect pixels. And so like react. Okay? So let's go for the easy. So Eric, Bylog, do tethers, land here, kill the Skelly, do this. There might be a Skelly attacking here, Eric. If that happens, you emergency swap to Eric and jump into this plateau. Okay? If that doesn't happen, you can just go down with Bylog instead. Okay? Then here you swap to Olaf after boost cancel. I mean, switch boost. Switch boost. There, Bylog is gonna fight the Skellies. If you go out of camera, there actually won't die. So in this scenario, because here you wanna go to Eric for the swimming part. In scenarios like this, the Skellies didn't die because they're out of camera. So when we go back to Eric, both Kellys are gonna be here. So you need to react to that. If you see it's dangerous, on your way back with Eric, we're gonna do this whole part on the left, and when you're coming back, you can change to Bylog here and kill them, okay? Just to save yourself. If not, you don't need to change to Bylog, and you can go all the way here on cancel and here, okay? So let's do this part. You're falling down, you change to the key. So here I need to go. You want to cancel this boost right here. Like that, so you land around here. You can land even better than that. In this case, I want to change to Bylog, of course. Just to save him. Then go down, go down. Once you use the key, Olaf. And here we're gonna do a ladder boost or ladder fart with Olaf. So you grab the ladder a little bit so you can fall out of it and then do a fart. Like that, okay? And that only saves time because he goes way faster with a fart. Especially because you hold Y all the way and then use the key here, okay? So key, then boost switch, and then that. Okay, so here we're gonna have our first new character. So there's gonna be text at the beginning. You want to go into Skelly and change to Olaf before attacking. And you kind of want to go into, like, inside the Skelly, so Bylog gets the garlic. Okay? So around there, you see he automatically counters and gets the garlic. You want that so he gets the item. So if you swap too early, that's gonna happen, and Olaf's gonna take it. It's not the end of the world. You can either trade it, or you can go safer with Bylog later, okay? But ideally, you want to grab it with Bylog. Okay? Go down, fart, change here. Then fart on the blocks, and fart again for the elevator. Fart on the blocks, fart again for the elevator. Change to this guy. Use the garlic. You go for target, then Olaf. Leave Olaf falling here and go to Bylog. So Olaf gonna be in position. You're gonna fall with Bylog here, and you wanna be matching something. It could be like, I usually max X because Fang is gonna talk to you. Okay? Then this alignment is not enough to reach the key, so you actually gotta go a little bit more when you fall here. So like around there. Once you grab it, you can trade it. Ideally you trade it and then change to Olaf on the same menu. Go back. Unpress the shield so he falls. And here also, while you walk into Fang, you can be matching X for the text, and then to use the key. Then Olaf goes down. You can adjust there. You see I adjusted Bylog a little bit, so he's on the platform. And then you can drop down with Fang. Okay. So to drop down with Fang, also that's an interesting property of the shield sometimes. Fang can do this thing on walls, okay? So there's two ways to avoid that. That one is doing a very tiny movement like this. Or another safer method is do a slash after that. Because you can grab walls where you slash, okay? And then you can do kind of a landing slash into the Skelly. If you failed it, it's fine. Just match slash again. Press the button. Press the button, Bylog, then Bylog down, Fang down. If Fang takes damage, it's fine if you're too slow on that. And then shield drop into Bylog key, then Fang here. You go here, and here you have two options. You can either like drop here like that, and then advance Olaf, and then open the door and go back to Olaf. That's kind of slow. So instead what you can do is you can just take damage like this and do an action duplication. So an action duplication is let me move just to show you this guy here. When a character is on this animation, the knockdown animation or fall damage, you can press actions remotely with that character with another character. Okay, so if I go back to Bylog and I press A, I open the door with Fang. Okay, so that's a useful glitch. So what you would do is you would drop Fang, go to Olaf, and then press A around here. Okay, just beware to don't press the tutorial. Okay, you can also press A around here, but I feel like it's safer doing it around here. There you go. Now we're gonna have the vampire. So to kill the vampire safely, you go here with Olaf, stop here on the elevator for later, change to Fang immediately, and to get the perfect timing, you do a slash before you start running. Okay? Why is that? Because if you start running immediately, this is what happens. Okay? This guy goes kind of far away. You have to go all the way here sometimes. Actually, let's do it again. You see, the vampire escapes unless you go all the way, and it can be like slower. Like that also works. It's kind of a backup, but I feel like it's more safe to just do a slash and then start working. Sorry. Actually escaping. That usually doesn't happen. That's really weird. Usually what happens is it stays there because the camera, it doesn't go out of camera, okay? It's kind of trapped with the camera. So you can try different things. Maybe find your own timing. This is what kind of works for me. Kill it, grab the wing with Fang, and go up. Go Bylog, grab the key, and then change to Fang, and go down in the elevator. Okay, and then go back to Bylog immediately to avoid one fire. This is just optimal. If you want, you can like, if you don't trust your timing on that, you can just go down before. Grab this thing, take one fire, and go down. Okay? But the optimal strat is to go all the way here, Fang into this guy, and do that. Then you can open this and leave Bylog for the Skelly, so it counters. Okay? And then into Fang. And just because this is the end of the stage, you can like optimize movement. Every time you jump with Fang, it's like a jump switch. Switch to another character. Hopefully to Olaf. You want Fang and Olaf to reach the lady first, because they have the items. Okay? So we're gonna leave it there. Jump switch. Another jump switch. And then Fang can like do this. And so Bylog arrives at the end. Alright, let's cover the last level of 1 and then I'll do a tiny rest. So time. Time starts, you put switch into Olaf, or you just go to the water, okay? This is like depending on how confident you feel about this boost switch, to walk a tiny bit with Olaf. That's just to do something while Eric is going down. Now, if you're too scared of this, like you're gonna fall to the water or something, You can just drop with Eric and it's fine. Okay? But instead you will do this. Don't press the button. We're gonna try to do something here. So, you grab the item, then align with this little thing. Okay? Hopefully you do this fast, but here, like, as soon as you get there, you're gonna start going up. And you have 6 frames to press this button while you go up to do a bridge clip. Okay? So it's 6 frames. It's a bunch of time, but sometimes you fail it. Okay? I would say go for it. It's a cool trick. It doesn't lose that much time. It's great if you get it. If you don't get it, we're gonna go for the alternative route. So I'll show you both. First, let's go for the normal route. Okay? So the normal route is you get it. That's too late. I mean too early. So then change to Fang. Here, something you're gonna notice, and this is true for all the characters that jump. Or at least it's true for Fang and Eric. I don't know if it's true for Scorch. But running jumps go higher. So you see, this jump barely reaches the walls, right? But if you're running, you go way higher. Okay? So you want to do a running jump here to go up, grab the smart bomb, then jump and kill the vampire. Normally, okay? Don't use the smart bomb here. We're gonna use it later. So even though that fight might look slow, and you might take damage here, if you take damage here, you use a garlic, it's fine. It saves time to don't use the smart bomb here and use it later, okay? Grab everything, change to a key, and then Olaf. Go up with Eric. Key. Then after this jump, Olaf goes down, and then here there's an extended double jump. You're supposed to do this part with Fang, like casually. If you don't feel confident with the extended double jump, you can still do it with Fang, it's fine. But the extended double jump is you do a running jump into this thing, and then you want to hold B for as much as you can before the double jump. Okay, so you see, if you press B just a little bit, your jump is not that high. It's a short hop. If you press it a lot, you go higher. And the same is true for the double jump. Okay, and on top of that, you also want an extended one, hopefully. You can still do it without the running, but it's harder, like this. It's way easier if you do it with the running, like that. Okay? So I would say practice that. That actually saves a bit of time doing it with Eric instead of Funk. Change to a key. While this guy falls, you fart with Olaf, then go back to Eric. You can cancel a boost here to reach the key faster. You have to wait for one fire, okay? You don't use the key immediately because you're gonna get one extra attack. I mean, one extra damage. Instead, you wait for one damage. I mean, for one fire. There. Then jump with Eric. Then Fang. You have limited time there because Fang is gonna keep having damage. And then running jump from the elevator while pressing down with Fang. So Fang lands here and activates the elevator. Go back to Olaf. Go up, then Eric. And Eric does a jump into a boost. Then Olaf again. So Fang is gonna defend Eric here, taking 1 damage. It's totally fine, that's intended. Then go to elevator. With Olaf and Fang, go down, and then Eric can boost here. Do it again. So Fang, go down, and then this guy can just boost and take damage. It's fine. Then go back to Fang. Drop characters. Always drop Olaf here to the left because of the Skelly. Otherwise the Skelly might kill Fang. And then here, once you change to Fang after this drop, match X to use the Smart Bomb. This is gonna kill all the enemies here, including the vampire below. And then you can move Olaf. Fang. Don't move it immediately, okay? To the right. Yeah, to the right. I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, Olaf needs to face to the right to defend from the Skelly. Don't move Fang immediately after using the bomb, because the Skelly can still kill you. If you feel unsafe about it, you can also keep matching X to use the garlic, okay? Then he goes here, and we're gonna drop characters starting with Eric. So, with Olaf, I'm sorry. Because there's fire. Then Eric, then Fang, and once you drop Fang, you do this, then back to Fang. If you do all that fast, you also need to jump over the last block, which is gonna be being destroyed there. Here you grab the item and jump into the machine without touching the machine. So you swap after the jump. Because if you jump here and land there, there is a tutorial or message, automatic message. But you can avoid that by swapping. Then there's Eric. You can do a boost switch into Olaf into a ladder fart. So it's kind of complicated, but it's very sick when you get it. That. If fire is not correctly aligned, you have to react to defend with Olaf. If you do it properly, it's always aligned. Okay? So like this. You do it fast. Like that. Okay? Once Olaf reaches Eric, you go back to Eric. Because Eric, that way you can deliver the item with Eric first. And jump here. Again, to avoid the tutorial or message. Okay? And then you can bring Olaf until where Bylog is. And that's fine to finish. You don't want to go all the way, because the same thing happens with the message. So if you go all the way here, you will see the message. Okay? So you need to deliver the items on the machine, but to finish the level, you don't need to get to the machine. So there you go. Match start. And then it's like 10 seconds. These are some of your only rest places in this game between worlds. There's really not a whole lot to rest in this game. Okay. Rest. Actually gonna do a VRV. Give me a second. Ooh, now I can put some... Okay, so I can actually put some songs that were on YouTube like 2 days ago, and now they are. Amazing. So stick around for more tutorial. Welcome back. That is Ronda from Antipolis, criminally unknown band from Chile. Very, very unknown. Extremely unknown. You can see it here. It's reversed. But it says Antipolis. You gotta believe me. This is a band from the brother of one of my friends, which is my friend that did the soundtrack for my game, Lens. And his brother was on this band. And actually, Lens's mother gave me this as kind of a gift and just to promote the band, of course. But it's really, really cool. Like, it's honestly one of my favorite Chilean bands. Like, no joke. But you can't find it anywhere. Like, they just print some CDs and that was about it. I think probably only friends of the family had some copies. Like, yeah, it's great. I love it. And there you go. He has some folk, some Chilean folk. He has some jazz later. This song in particular doesn't have a whole lot of jazz, but it has some jazz later, a lot of progressive too. It's great. Oh, give me a second. No, wait. Need to save it. The playlist. Okay. So now that we get to the next war, we can talk a little bit about something. So this game, there's something you need to know about this game. Maybe I could start with this, but we can say it now. This game runs at 60 FPS, but it doesn't receive inputs on 60 FPS. Okay? So if you ever notice playing this game casually, that the game kind of drags a little bit, or feels a little bit sticky on the inputs, it's because of that. It only receives inputs every 3 frames. So it kind of feels, in a way, like a 20 FPS game, to at least on the controller, okay? Because things still move in 60 FPS, you know, like hitboxes, platforms, things like that, they move every frame. But your inputs are only received every 3. And this is what we call cycles, okay? So a cycle is 3 frames. And on the first frame, if you do an input on that frame, the game's gonna receive it. On the other 2, it won't receive it, though those 2 can be used as buffer. Okay, so if you press on the second frame, hold for the third and up to the fourth, which is the first of the next cycle, that fourth will receive the input. Now, if you press on second and release on third or on fourth, you know, like it's never pressed on the fourth, the game won't see the input. Okay, so if you do like 1 frame or 2 frame buttons really fast, sometimes the game just doesn't care. It just doesn't read them if you land on the incorrect part of the cycle. So in this game, you actually don't want to match that fast, because sometimes the game just doesn't care. You see, I'm pressing for 1 frame. You can see it on the input display sometimes. There. So I'm pressing for either 1 or 2 frames, and I didn't land on a cycle. So in this game, you wanna like match holding the buttons for some amount of time. And on swaps, it's even worse. You know, when you swap to a different character, you actually need to hold swap for an entire cycle into the next cycle. So with the cycle, how the cycles work, that is 4 frames holding one of your triggers. I mean, in SNES is a trigger, or depending if you're using keyboard, whatever. 4 frames holding the button, up to 6 if you land on the incorrect part of the thingy. So if you press it extremely fast, you see it just doesn't trigger, even though I'm pressing the thing sometimes. Like there, for example. So every time you swap, be sure to like hold your swap for a little bit. Okay? This explains a lot of the jank of this game. This been why you had a lot of trouble switching character? Exactly. It's because of that. It's 4 frames. It doesn't look like a whole lot, but when you play a game fast, you start noticing this. And also, this game lags. That's the other thing. When there's too much stuff in the screen, the game will just lag. You're gonna lose frames, and all these things are longer. All these windows, okay? So it can get even worse. Your timing will change a lot when there's too much stuff in the screen, okay? So yeah, just get that out of the way so you don't get completely mad at the game. You're still gonna get mad at the game, I still do. But at least now you know why. Another thing, I'm gonna avoid the hardest individual level strats, especially on this level. There's a lot of individual level strats that are optimal that I'm just straight gonna ignore because I don't want you to lose that many runs on this level, and it's really not worth it. Like, seriously. They can be worth it on level 1, I mean War 1, but from War 2 and on, it's usually better to avoid them for RTA, okay? They really don't save a lot of time. You can save more later. And I'm still gonna show the ones that save a lot of time, but the small ones for individual levels, it just messes your muscle memory, honestly. So let's go for RTA. You are gonna start running with this guy. Don't boost, okay? Because if you boost, you're gonna die there. You can cancel the boost on individual levels. Don't care about it, okay? Just run, jump. Then normal tether, change. Oops. Jump, normal tether. When you change to Olaf here, on this switch, you can hold Y. Okay, so I'm holding Y. This makes so I will go extra fast on this part. Okay, so if you go normally without holding Y, you go down here and then you can do a boost. Like that. If you hold Y, you're gonna go faster and then you can press Y. The only risk there is when you unpress and press it too fast. You might land on a bad cycle. But in general, this is safe. And really fast. And here, boost. You can boost right after a geyser to get some extra speed. Use the key, drop down, change to Bylog, kill the knight. Something important about Bylog. This attack is usually faster when you are close quarters, like point blank. This is pretty fast. Okay, so to spam attacks, it's way faster than the sword. Now, the sword is faster than the longest tether. Alright? And the other thing is, the tether only has hitbox where you see the sprite. So if, for example, the knight is on this spot where Eric is, that won't land, okay? So what I usually do is I do a tether into a sword in case the knight is too below. Like too much below, okay? And another thing about knights, they can randomly block attacks. There's nothing you can do about it. I've seen it from up to 12 times blocking an attack. Like in a row. Which I think it was like if it is 50-50, it was a 1 in 4k probability. I don't actually know how much it is, the probability of blocking, but it was quite something. How you doing, Jonas? Okay, so you kill this, use the key, Here the lady will always talk to you on no special moves. So you just match on her. Then change to Eric, cancel this boost, cancel this one into a double jump. Boost. Drop guys while Eric is recovering. Boost into a water. Here, I recommend to don't move immediately. I mean, don't press B or press 1B. And then go down a little bit with your controller. You can even do it without B because of all the momentum. So you don't go too far. And then here you want to jump close to... You don't want to bunk with this part on the ceiling, okay? Ideally. So around there, cancel this, cancel that, drop down, and then here, ram into this, into Olaf, okay? Into an Olaf, swap, ignore the knight, prepare the shield for the fire, go back to Eric. Here, depending on where you land or where this guy is, you can actually do a boost cancel to go through it. I recommend to do the boost after the knight. Okay? Just so you never get caught by it. So like here, and cancel it too. Otherwise you're gonna hit the door. Like that. You don't want that. It's not the end of the world, but if you don't have enough time to... If you don't react to open the door, it kinda sucks. Like, you can still react to open the door, then change to Bylog, for instance. But ideally, you wanna cancel it. Then Bylog, go all the way, react to this fire. Sometimes it's on bad pattern. Actually, let me go back. Before that, you wanna drop Eric after you open the door, okay? So let's just imagine, you open the door, drop Eric, then Bylog, okay? Then drop Bylog. And then here you have 6 cycles to do this. It's a lot of time. That is 18 frames, okay? But you have some lag, so you can still fail it. It can still happen. What you want to do is you want to walk in the platform and then do a fart with Olaf to land here, okay? That's the idea. And so then you skip the police puzzle. Alright? Now, if you fail that, like that for example, if you do it too early, it's too late. You change to Eric, move Eric out of the way, I mean Bylog, and then do the normal puzzle. Not the end of the world, but ideally you want to do this. And hopefully you want to change your shield to fall here. And then fall with this guy, so Olaf, Eric, Bylog. And then when you go back to Olaf, before you do the fart, advance a little bit. Just walk a tiny bit, so this fart is faster. Because if you do it from here, you go all the way up in the ladder, okay? But if you walk a tiny bit, he's gonna bonk. And it's gonna be a faster fart. Then Eric into a cancel boost into Bylog. So he lands around there. Then Bylog around here too. Then Olaf, when you change to Olaf, wait for one fireball. Don't hold right, because he's gonna get damage. Just wait a tiny bit for the fire, then advance. Reach where the other guys are. Eric boost cancel into Olaf. Boost cancel. Boost cancel. Come on. Boost cancel into Olaf. Olaf advances here up to the blocks. Then Bylog. Do 1 damage. Come back to Eric and do a switch cancel. I mean a boost cancel. To hit that, okay? If you don't feel confident about that strat, you can just straight kill all these guys, okay? because it can be dangerous, but that is the safest way to do this strat, where you damage one with this with Bylog to make a completely safe cancel. Okay, this is a really like comfortable strat, and when you get it, it's pretty cool. And then you can boost into this, and from there go back to Bylog, and you can actually kill the guy. And even if it blocks, it's gonna have enough delay for you to just go. Okay, so you don't actually need to kill it. Then kill the dragon here. It's usually on a good spot, so you can just kill it and it's gonna stay on that place. Go down, Eric, just run, don't boost. So he lands around here. Go back to Bylog. Here, just damage boost. The fire is gonna move you back, so you need to advance a little bit. That's why you want good HP with Bylog, okay? Just be sure to advance after the fire, because if you don't advance here, you're gonna get another damage probably, and then you might die, okay? So advance a little bit. Here, ram into the blocks. Then Olaf. And here, you want to be holding left a tiny bit, because if you hold right, you will get damage sometimes. And you might get stuck. Like, if your timing is bad, sometimes you can kind of get stuck on this guy and get stun lock. To completely avoid that, if you're feeling brave, you can just hold right. But if you fully want to avoid it, you go a little bit left. And then go on. Then fart. And then you can like boost switch into Eric, jump. And here is optional, but I like to leave these guys on the geysers, because there's this property with geysers that the first time you grab a geyser, you don't go as high. Also, it's kind of hard to align this. For the first one, it's like pretty hard. So you usually are gonna like bonk here naturally. So I just leave it there. And then just leave Olaf. And then go to Eric. And then from this switch, I try to align. And then same with Olaf. But it's hard, like there's a lot of bonks there. Okay. Then hopefully Bylog arrives the lady first. You can still do a boost there. And all that. Okay, so little question for people watching. Do you think I'm being like too detailed on this tutorial? Or is like the correct amount of information? Because maybe I'm talking too much. I always have that question on tutorials. If there is like stuff, I should just assume that people will get. You know, not to be too annoying. But I also fear for newcomers that might not understand some stuff. Or why I do some stuff, I don't know. It's always a tricky question with tutorials. Just resting a little bit. Okay. This is gonna be the first level where you're gonna meet Scorch, or Boy Scorch Dragon. And also, this is gonna be a little bit weird on the tutorial, but I'm actually gonna teach you the hard route, okay? I'm just not gonna teach you the slow one. Even though it's safer, that's just gonna be homework for you to figure out the slow one. You can actually, I might put a link on the description to one of my old runs where I used that. But I feel like it's, in terms of muscle memory, it's good to just get used to the hard one. It's a 6-frame window where you can lose the run, basically, or lose like 30 seconds or so, or maybe 40. I encourage you to just go for that, honestly. But if you want to go for the easy one, again, you can watch one of my old runs. So first, destroy that, advance Olaf while the blocks go. You can input a boost up there, by the way. And it saves a tiny bit of time. Grab the key, go here, grab the scroll, very important, never forget the scroll. And then go back. Then boost into key here, like that, and then switch to Olaf. If you missed it, it's fine. Just go back, okay? But you can do this while you do the boost. And then here comes the hard part. So this is the sequence break. Here you have 2 cycles, 6 frames, to input a double jump, a dropping double jump with Eric, okay? So the cue for that is, like, you don't want to do it immediately after dropping like this, because you're gonna bunk with that wall. So that's too early. You want to wait a tiny bit until he kinda, it's either when he changed the animation or a little bit after. So you kinda have to drop a little bit. I think you can already do it around here, but this is also a cue, the change of animation, okay? So that's kind of a visual cue, but it could be too late too, okay? If you're not that good at reacting to that visual cue. So I recommend to just have the timing, like practice the timing. That's too early, that's too late, and that's it, okay? So again, you have two cycles for that. So 6 frames, not as bad, also not that great because you die. You know, when you die, you have to give up and do that again. And there's like a lot, just match start here. A lot of weight on game overs. Which of course sucks, but again, I'm only gonna cover this route because the other one is quite different. And it's kind of a lot of work to show the entire thing. So just do this. Don't fail. Then boost into that. And then you go to the geyser. And double jump here. You get Scorch. So here we get Scorch with Eric instead of Olaf. Okay? Drop with this guy. Drop with Scorch. Go to Olaf. Do this. And then here we drop with Olaf. Then put Eric out of the geyser. And then go to Scorch for the target. Okay? So Eric, Scorch. Then Scorch goes all the way. Ignore this guy. Grab the egg. Go to Eric and do a boost after the knight. And then the same trick here if the knight's too close to Olaf, you can go to the left a tiny bit to avoid a stun lock. Far here. Sometimes if your boost is good, Eric is gonna be on the correct spot where everyone else is. If not, you change back to Eric and move him. But be sure, if this happens, to change to Olaf back after dropping, okay? So here, Olaf, it's important that Olaf is the first one teleporting. And then you teleport everyone else. Like this. And then go back to Olaf after all the teleports. So this way he's the first one moving here. You move to the blocks and turn around. That's important. Turn around like this to defend from the knight. Olaf is fine taking damage. Okay? But the problem is, if he takes damage here, down here, he's gonna move. And then when the other characters drop down, they are also gonna take damage because Olaf is out of place, out of position. Okay, so turn around first. Then drop Eric. If you get 1 damage, it's fine. Then drop this guy, kill this guy. If Scorch has 1 health here, you take the turkey with Scorch and eat it. Okay? And if Scorch is fine, then you can start thinking about Eric. Eric can also have, like, hopefully 2 health. It's not necessary, but it's useful. And 2 health on Scorch is actually necessary for this route, okay? So here is fine. We're gonna take it with Eric and ram into his wall. Then Olaf, go down, back to Eric, ram again. Dragon. For this, you can drop around here, and it's kind of a guaranteed Y. Dropping from around this spot. You can, like, buffer Y, okay? That's super guaranteed if you're having trouble with this target. And then you grab the ladder immediately. So you jump from this into this one. And here you kind of have 2 options. You can jump from here, which is fine. Like, that doesn't lose time. But sometimes, if you're around here, you might lose a tiny bit of time there on this bunk. So another option is you input a jump right after you leave the ledge, like that. That can be scary sometimes, okay? It feels scary, but it's not that bad. But you know, you don't want to fall into the water. So if you go too low, you want to match so you don't fall into the water, okay? But just timing this jump is pretty cool, actually. Then go up, teleport into Olaf, teleport into Scorch, and here we're gonna drop with Scorch and change to Eric, okay? It's important that you change immediately. If you don't change immediately, this happens. You land here, okay? Which is not the end of the world. You're still gonna get the bomb, you know, it's fine. And this is actually a backup. If you have 1 health, you can, like, drop slowly and then change to Eric to go here and do this part, but it's gonna take a while, you know. Instead, what you want to do is you want to change immediately. Move Eric here, and you see this guy went all the way down, just ignoring this platform. This only works because you haven't seen the platform yet. If you see the platform once, the platform is loaded forever, okay? It's not because it's out of camera. It has to be out of camera from the beginning of the load, okay? And, like, always from the beginning. You can't see it before that. So you're gonna land here, you get the bomb, and here you need to be good at your jumps. Again, remember, you don't wanna, like, match B, because the more you hold B on each jump, the more distance you get. But also, if you hold too much, you're not gonna, you know, get a whole lot, because you lose your momentum. So there's a certain timing here to get the maximum distance. You don't need the maximum distance for this. You only need good distance. So get that timing. You land on the platform, go to Eric. Go to Eric, drop down, go back to Scorch and trade the bomb when you are on the same level. So here, you can trade the bomb, like that, and then go up. Here you're gonna need 2 jumps, so you can do that, like this. I usually use my whole jump, and then like glide a little bit, just a little bit, and then do an extended, like the best jump you can do. Okay. Teleport, go back to Eric. Again, if you have 1 health, I recommend to use the turkey. The bomb, drop the bomb in place, go back to Scorch. Here, while you fall, there's several ways. You can just fall normally, and you're gonna land there, and then glide a tiny bit there to don't get damage. Otherwise, you get damage. The most optimal way is to do a tiny jump here, so you don't touch the wall or the corner, and then you still need a tiny glide there, just a tiny one, and there too. Okay, so there's a lot of like tiny adjustments in your jump. Here you need another one. Jump switch again, and off. Okay, Wizard is a hard level. This is like Bomb is the first reset point, first like big reset point because of the 6 frames. This one is also kind of a reset point because of RNG. You can choose to play safer if you want, and it's, I guess I recommend it at the beginning. But yeah, this game can be rough. So the first thing you do is drop down with Eric until you go past the geyser, okay? So around there, you can switch a little bit before to Scorch, okay? But the idea is that he's not on the geyser, okay? Like that. You don't want that, so the Scorch, and do this part. Then jump here into the switch and then teleport, and then ram with Eric, okay? Then Bylog. Here you can try to react to the wizard and try to predict where it's gonna be or wait for it. But I recommend to just go, okay? Because the wizard, like that, for example, can be very nasty, okay? So I recommend once you move Bylog a tiny bit, just waiting for Eric to recover. And once Eric is recovered, you just go back to him. So you go here, spend the least amount of time possible down here, so you get the wizard out of camera and he doesn't kill your other characters, okay? If Eric gets 1 damage either on the Fitch or in the wizard, you save 1 menu here with the turkey, because you use the turkey, it goes to the bomb. Otherwise you have to menu to the bomb. Like that. You can take damage here if you want, if you have good health with the bomb, because he's gonna drop down. I actually didn't teleport Scorch. That should have happened before. Drop this guy here. Then here you can also do a small jump on the ledge. Go to Bylog. And then right here. Then you see this guy's gonna be here. Boost cancel there. Then Scorch up. Scorch here and continue with Scorch. You can do a similar elevator trick. Holding down here is trickier because of all the intricacies of Scorch jump. But I do recommend to always just hold Y while you're jumping. I mean, not hold down. Just in case you get it. I just don't get a whole lot. Otherwise, oh, there you go. Oh, actually, is that a interesting timing? Did I figure it out? Probably not. Do that, go up. Bylog. Before the block. Go up. Now do the block. Now bylog. You might get damage. Okay? That's just luck. Sometimes it targets Scorch. Sometimes it doesn't. Even though Scorch is up, sometimes it doesn't. If you're scared and you don't want to lose a whole lot of health with this guy, you can instead like do the push block entirely. Like this. And then just kind of lose some time on the elevator just to adjust and maybe react to this guy, you know, like that. It's up to you. Usually attacks Scorch later. But the optimal one, it's go all the way here. Then bylog. And then push the block. And usually if you go all the way to the block without pushing it, or pushing it a little bit, the wizard tends to attack the Scorch. So it's pretty good if you're fast on your switches. If you're lagging health here because you want to be at least 2 health, or if you're 1 health for instance with bylog, that is very risky, okay? So if you're 1 health on this place, you can kill the knight for a shield, okay? If not, if you're fine on health, just ignore the knight. Walk until around here and kill the dragon. You have to aim towards the tether. So diagonally usually works fine. Then back to Scorch. Go down and do this target with Scorch. This target sucks. You're gonna hate this target, okay? But get used to it. With Scorch, because it's better. Go down here, little jump, change to this guy, double jump. Cancel here. If you don't cancel, I think you can get stuck here. Okay? So cancel this boost. Into a double jump, into a ram. Bylog. Once Eric recovers. Do that part again, actually. So here you're waiting for Eric to recover. Once he recovers, you can do a boost swap, okay? And then you can move this guy a little bit, or you can just keep going with Eric, okay? But you want to come back to Eric anyways. You can like swim down a little bit before this swap. And here you can grab this thing diagonally. You don't need to go all the way here. You can do it from around here. Around there, for instance. So you see, he's getting a lot of damage. Okay. Then go here, activate this. Then Eric. Also, if you want to completely avoid the wizard, you can save Bylog, change the camera. So here, for instance, there you see the wizard didn't activate. So that helps in case you are running like low health. You can move Eric in the meantime. You might get caught anyways after. If you don't feel confident at all, you can try to kill the wizard, but it can be very slow and even more dangerous if he's out of range. Activate this, go to Eric, ram, and here you can drop all the way down and then use the geyser like that. I don't recommend leaving this guy on the geyser just because the wizard can be nasty with your characters, okay? And the other thing you can do is you can do a tiny turnaround here. So when you drop down, you can do this and try to land on that. If you don't land, then geyser, okay? That is the little turnaround. You can either do a turnaround or wait a little bit, like stop and then go, and then you land on this spot, okay? Now, that can also happen. If your turnaround is too long and you don't land on the geyser or on this little spot, you might die too. So just be sure that you know what you're doing, okay? Then go back to Eric, boost switch, adjust these characters a little bit. Key. And deliver the items. And I need another rest. Holy shit. Just decided to shake my bottle for no reason. Oh my god. So repeating the question of before, do you think I'm talking too much? Like, is this too many details? Or do you think it's fine? Has been really comfy to lurk and listen to? Okay. Nice. I just need a better throat. Like, I've been trying to do some exercises, but you know, like I'm totally fine. You know, when I speedrun and when I play like Spelunky, I'm totally fine. But when I do tutorials, I don't know if I talk like too loud or I trying to I don't know, there's something about it that I get really tired immediately on the throat. More details is always better? Okay. I think I'm gonna reduce the frames just a tiny bit. I'm seeing some red. Tiny bit. Almost kind of want to like play Spelunky between levels, just to rest that way. Much more involved and constant speech, yeah. It's weird. Strenuous. Strenuous? How do you say that?
Strenuous.
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 Okay. I'm also running out of water. I'm gonna fill my bottle. In the meantime, you can have this. See. I'll be back. Yeah. Still going? Yeah. Yeah, escape. No, I'm like nowhere close to finish this because it's gonna get more and more complicated too. Hello, cat. Came in the best moment. How's it going? Let me close my water first. No, okay, you just want to go? Okay, it's fine. Yeah, I think this is like the main thing that quote unquote stops me from just doing infinite tutorials. It's not even the editing, because the editing, you know, there's the edited version, unedited version, sure, but the unedited version is there, you know, on, like, for example, on internal tutorials. But really, like, I prepare for this stream to destroy my voice because I know that's gonna happen. and I think that's the main thing that stops me from doing like infinite tutorials. It's just so hard on the voice. Just skip to yes. Maybe I need a voice coach or something like that. There's actually there's an actress that is a voice coach. Couch coach. You go out. Okay. It's curtains. There's an actress that is a voice coach, and she's actually on. She was on the Queen's Gambit. You know, there is actually like a trans actress on that series. On like the first chapters. A terrible internet connection nonsense. Yeah, no, but I think it, like, if it is from a person that knows a lot about it and that has been through something similar than you, I think it can be useful. Because we all know how bad coaching can be, you know? There's this whole thing about coaching, you know? Which can be bad. No, but I mean like actual coaching, you know, like good coaching. Like you could say that I'm a coach of Eternal Runners, for instance. You know, back then with Givger and No. I try to be a coach runner when people run my games. And I would take money for it too, if you want me to analyze your runs. Like, deep analyze. And break it down. And destroy your runs. You can pay for it and I'll do it. If not, I'm still gonna help you. But a little bit less. Panda Senpai, yeah. No, only runs that I know about. I cannot analyze your Age of Calamity. Especially that one. I don't even know if I can watch that. Nothing against, like, I can watch a little bit of it. You know, I watch long things. Like the high score of Spelunky. A lot of it was in the background though. I also watched like the TIS of low pauses on Ocarina Majora. What is the longest run I watch? Probably is Arcadia Legend, records on Skates of Arcadia. Never forget, yeah. Oh, I thought you said that because of what I said about your run. Never forget, never forgive. That's something we say on Chile. Ni perdón ni olvido. for all the atrocious things that happen. Watch multiple FF13 100%. Nice. I think one time I saw a Nemesis percent, but not the entire thing. Nemesis percent used to be like 20 hours. Now it's less. On FFX, which is like the super boss of the game. One of the super, I guess, of the original one is the super boss. On the other ones, there's Penance. Even stronger. Ultra boss, I guess. Freya's on the background. I wonder if she's gonna take on the mic today. She's behind the monitor. Can see her feet. Her paws. We can see her. You can't see her. She's hiding, actually. Look. I don't know if... No, I don't think I have enough. There's the paw. You see it? Yeah, it's lurking, exactly. Been the desk worm, yeah. Like, no joke, she sometimes does that with my bed. Like, she likes to be on the lower part of the bed, and then it's very warm there. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay. She's gonna do it. Anytime. Well, if you hear something weird on the microphone, it's gonna be her. Like, she's cleaning herself, you know, when cats do like all this shit. She's doing it so close to the microphone. It still hasn't touched it. It's like teasing me. Why are you teasing me? And she's looking at me like one eye on the monitor like this. And then goes... Like, oh my god. She know, yeah, she knows. Okay. Blocks. Let's go for blocks. So, you start blocks by destroying the blocks up with Eric. So you want to destroy both set of blocks. So you can match B here for the text, because you're gonna match B for the double jump. Then land around here, so you can destroy these ones. Change to Fang. Jump up. If your jumps are good here, you're gonna land right here. Okay? Now, if you're kinda like bad on jumps, you're gonna need like an extra jump here. Not the end of the world, but just remember that. Okay, get the key. And then leave Fang here, going down on the wall, so he doesn't take damage on the fall. Back to Olaf. You can press the button with small f. Okay, from here. Then here, drop Olaf. Drop Fang. Back to Olaf. Part into Eric. Land here. You can technically do the next trick before landing, okay? With a double jump. Dropping double jump into a trick. But it's very tight. You good? You going outside? Okay, see ya. It's block that it stands for? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so this is we're gonna do a landing boost. So this is a hard trick. So I recommend you, at least at the beginning, or I still do this on RTA, just land here to set up correctly. Okay? So a landing boost is normally you need at least 3 blocks to start a ram. Okay? A boost. With Eric, you can't really do it with 2 blocks like this setup. There's just not enough space. Okay, like if we go to the limit here. Let me go to the limit. I can't. There's just not enough space. But you can land. Can I do a ghost landing with momentum and get enough space, quote unquote, to ram into this? Okay. Now, what do you want to do this? You might say, okay, Pandora, but just grab the bomb. Like, this is RTA. Thing is, we want to use the bomb somewhere else to avoid another landing boost that is worse than this one. Okay? So, we're still going for the bomb, but just not yet. Not for this one, at least. Okay? And you really want to do that, because the normal route sucks. You don't even want to learn the normal route, okay? So practice this shit and get it. It's a 1 cycle trick, okay? So just remember that you're gonna fail this trick a lot, okay? And we gotta do it a bunch of times on the run, but try to get the timing. So the best thing I do is like this. You can try to align with this wall and then try to land on the perfect moment. That's too late. That's too early. Remember, 3 frames. Always hold Y while you're landing. And then you're gonna get that. Okay? So it's a successful one. 3 frames. 1 cycle. Then you go back to Fang. You can leave Fang here on the wall. And go back to Eric. Just be sure to don't fall into the water. As long as you don't press right with anyone, no one will fall into the water there, okay? Like, you can leave Fang on the wall, and it's fine. Now you're gonna grab the bomb. Go back here. Here you can do a boost with Eric, but be sure to cancel it, okay? I'm gonna show you what happens if you don't cancel it, and you keep going. You don't cancel it, then you use the key, and you get an action duplication, because he's on knockdown animation. So he's gonna use the bomb. You don't want that. That's really, really bad. You're gonna get damage, plus you're gonna lose your beloved bomb. There. Instead, you cancel this boost, so you don't ram into the thing. Now, emergency. In case you don't cancel it, you can wait, move Olaf, and wait for the animation, okay? And be fine, okay? But ideally, you want to cancel it. Go for Fang. Use the key Olaf. And then do this part. Do a fart at the end. Go back to Fang. Jump here. Sometimes you're gonna bonk into this. Let me bonk here, so you can see it. You might bonk here. It's fine. It's just gonna take you more jumps. It doesn't matter. But an ideal jump is that it's better to, of course, bonk than to fall into the spikes. So an ideal jump looks like this. Then when you drop here, you want to hug the wall for at least 1 cycle. If you don't hug the wall, damage. So you want to hold it at least 1 cycle. Drop down here, you can do a slash to avoid the wall. Here you can actually input a jump to avoid that. If you missed it, it's fine. You can just do another jump. You have to do it from the ledge and hold B as much as you can. Okay? Press the button, do the same thing again. If you miss the second one, you go for this thing. Jump Olaf, fart. Press the button. Eric, ram. After, here you're waiting for Eric, okay? So while you wait for Eric, you can move Fang all the way to his last spot, which is going to the end of the level around here. Okay? And you can even input that jump at the end. And then you go back to Eric. Okay? So like that, Eric grabs this. While you jump, you can go Olaf. Position Olaf around here for the wizard. Then use the key. You can ram. Sometimes you're gonna hit the wizard. React to it. This is like reaction land. If you hit the wizard, you wanna move Olaf, but you usually don't wanna go all the way. Like, let's say, like there. If you wait, it's cool, and you can go all the way. For example, like that. If the wizard looks too scary, like let's see if I can get a situation like that. Like here, for instance, let's say the wizard is attacking to the other side, like to the left. I recommend you to wait for the attack and like, you know, block it and then do the jump, because if you get damage mid-air with Olaf, you're dead. You're gonna drop to the water, it's over. Okay? Now you gotta go for real. Okay, take care, Umber. Okay, so if that happens, wait for another attack. Now, if you get this boost and don't cancel it, this guy will land on the ledge. Like that. Okay, so here, for example, I need to wait for the wizard to be safe. So then you can move Olaf and drop this guy. Okay, go up, press the button. Okay, so here you want this guy on 3 HP. All right. If you have 2 HP, and this is just for safety. If you have 1 HP, you have to do it. If you have 2 HP, it's optional, but I really recommend it to grab the turkey here. That turkey up there. If you have 2 HP, I recommend you to do it, because you might get unlucky on the dragon later. If you're like, if the game really hates you, it might happen. Here we're gonna use the bomb. So even though you can do a landing boost here, it's very tricky, and you lose a lot of time on each try. So if you're feeling brave, you can skip the bomb and try to do it. It looks like this. You have to do it from the water always, every try. So you see, every try takes a lot of time. It kind of sucks. On individual levels, you usually go for it. Instead, on RTA, it's much safer to use the bomb, drop down, Olaf, fart, here, and go back. Then ram into Olaf. Move Olaf while you're waiting for this guy, ram here. 1 fire. You can get up to 2 fires there. That's why you want the extra turkey if you have only 2 health. Alright? It's luck. Then go here, activate this, don't change just yet, go all the way down here, and after you drop here with the key, change, because you're still waiting for the blocks. So, go for Eric. Here, change to Olaf. Back to the key, and drop the guys in, like, I guess, clockwise. Like, Olaf, Eric, Fang, use, then Eric, then Fang at the end, so you deliver the items first, okay? And then here you can do a slash to avoid the wall. And that's blocks. And now I gotta go to the bathroom, actually. We're gonna do another beer beat. Again, a lot of music today. I think this one can be faster. Wasn't like a super fast song I had. Oh, this one's good. Might be too short though, but we'll see. I think it's fine. We'll see if I can make it in that time. Otherwise, you're gonna get a little bit of silence before I come back. So, be right back. Welcome back. That is Abducción, another Chilean song. This one from Blaspheme, which is also from someone I know. It's a band that was a band of my sister when she was younger. She had a band with some friends, and they got an album. And this is actually, I think, one of the few ones that actually has a video clip, and you can actually see my sister on the video clip. She's much younger than now. It's pretty cool. Okay. So, teleport. Local recording. Alright, teleport. So, on teleport, we want to go to Olaf as fast as possible, but since you're already on Scorch, you can actually do a jump switch into Olaf, okay, on the beginning. So you can just match B on the text, and then once he jumps, you go back to Olaf, then Bylog, then back to Olaf. And here there's two strats that are like, both are fairly good. So one strat, the one I use usually, is I just drop down, press B pretty quickly to avoid the spikes, like this, and then fart there, okay? And then you get to this. So this is like very reliable. I like it. It's the one I've been using for a while. Another strat is you do hold Y during small F here, and then you can hold Y during the first spikes, like this, and then react to that. That is a little bit faster, but you need a good reaction on the second set of spikes. If you are like too scared, that might happen, and you will lose some time actually. So the perfect one is where you don't touch like any wall. You see, it's kind of tricky to get the perfect one. Whereas in the other one, it feels a little bit more natural, for me at least, to get the perfect one, when you don't touch any water. O sea, I mean, o sea, I mean, any wall. O sea is, I mean, on Spanish. Okay, teleport, then Bylog. And here, you wanna position Bylog for this tether. Here, around here is fine. You have a lot of time to do this, so don't worry. And then once he's positioned, so you are just one Y from this, okay? Don't actually do it, just positioning there. You go back to Olaf, okay? Here, you don't need to fart from here. If you do fart from there, you need to save this and fart again for this teleport. You can fart from the ledge here, okay, and then you don't drop. Okay, so you fart here and you go like really far actually, like even this works. Then teleport, Scorch, and this part's tricky. You need to hit these 3 targets. If you are really good, you can do all of them in one shot, kind of like that. You can match Y from the first one. If you match Y, you won't get it. You need to get a timing. Okay? If let's say you don't get this one, the highest one, then when you get it later, like this, let's get it. You actually want to do like a glide, so you don't take damage with Scorch, because otherwise it's really bad. You want to save as much health as you can with Scorch. That only happens when you miss the last one, okay? Also, you're gonna get damage there, so be sure to slow yourself down. Now, let me see if you get damage with the second one. I actually don't remember. I don't think so. Because after this, you change to Olaf. Yeah, he still gets damage. So you glide when you miss third or second one. If you miss the last one, you don't need to glide. Pretty sure. Yeah, like that. Because you're falling from the platform. Okay? Ideally, you want to get all of them the first try, but, you know, it's rough. So then we're gonna block the fire with this guy. go to Bylog, and here, if you don't feel safe about taking damage with Scorch, because it can be rough later, you can actually here go to Scorch first, and just kill the wizard. That's the safe strat, okay? If not, there's two other options. One is reacting to the wizard into a Scorch swap, but you need to be fast. This is already too slow. Just to damage the wizard once. You don't need to kill it. Just damage it once is fine. It has 2 HP, by the way. And the usual strat is you just forget about it and just take damage. Okay? So you go for the middle button and then walk into this one. Okay, so the order here is middle, right, left. Okay? So this is the reaction I'm talking about. That kind of reaction you can do. And then you can do the buttons if you want. You know, stuff like that. Or you can just go ultra safe, you know, like, just wait here. This is like the safest strat, but it's pretty slow. And you can also go without reaction, like this. Middle, then move here. Press this one, and here's something. The wizard will shoot, but the thingy won't arrive because the blocks is gonna block it, okay? And sometimes if the thing is below the block and the block is going down, it actually still blocks it, okay? So if you're fast on this, you're safe from the next shot. Then go here. Before pressing it, move Scorch. Then move it, drop down, and then drop Olaf down. Drop Olaf, Scorch. You can do a jump switch on this little spot into Olaf. Teleport, Scorch. Grab the key, teleport back to Olaf. On the first drop down, I think you need a shield to don't get damage. Just a tiny bit. Then when you're dropping here, trade the scroll to Bylog. That's gonna be important for later, okay? It looks like you're losing time, but it's gonna save time later. So Bylog has every key item. Then when you're dropping down with Olaf here, do it to the left. Bylog, Scorch, open the door, Bylog, teleport, Olaf. And if all that sequence was done fast, not like here because this is a tutorial, I did it kind of slow, Scorch won't get any damage here. Okay, I think it's guaranteed if you are good on your swaps here. Here he will get 1 damage from the dragon, sadly. If you are scared, you can always kill the dragon with Bylog or Scorch. If not, you can go 1 health with Scorch. It's fine. It's not ideal, but it's fine. Drop the bomb. You can put the bomb here. You don't need to go down a small F. Just be hugging the wall, put the bomb. Go up. Bylog, grab this, teleport, change to the key. And then, right after this, change to a Scorch so he doesn't die. Go up, you can react there to this wizard. You always have enough time. Then leave these guys. After that, you actually go Olaf to leave this guy here. And then Scorch can jump here into the next one. Then Bylog goes into that one. And then here, the slow strat is you go here, all the way here, and then here, okay? A faster strat, and that is very consistent, is you do a fart on this geyser, and then you're here. You land on this place. And this fastest strat, but that one's pretty hard, is you can do the fart from here, kinda. like that. Okay, that was harder, and it's just slightly faster, like almost nothing. It's like frames faster. I really recommend this one. Super consistent. Land there, and put a small F here. This way, Dragon is gonna aim Olaf most of the time, and it's very unlikely to attack you. It can still damage you, but it's almost never gonna happen, okay? So maybe just don't do it if you have 1 HP on Olaf. In that case, you can leave Olaf here. But this should be alright, okay? And so, Dragon charges Olaf, then you can go to Scorch. Here, drop down with Scorch. And then you gotta do this. Grab the item, drop down, Olaf. Here, you can do this properly without using the shield, but it's kind of tight, like that. I recommend to just use the shield a tiny bit. You know, like press B before Y. It makes that part way easier. So you don't get stuck, you know, here. And you might just lose a lot of time there. And then here you do another boost after that. Jump switch. And then here go with Bylog. Then Scorch. Then back to Bylog. So you see Bylog gives all the items very quickly. And then you can move the other two characters. And you see Scorch lands on the lady. Arrives to the lady right almost at the same moment you deliver the items. That's why you traded before. Okay, Geyser. This is a tricky level. So you start matching B to do a very fast double jump. Teleport and change. Here I usually press, like, I get to the geyser and press the opposite direction a little bit. That's to avoid grabbing a corner. Because otherwise you are gonna hug this corner a little bit. Like that. Also, this only happens with Olaf because he has slightly different physics. If you just hold right, he's gonna get stuck here. So you actually need to either stop a little bit or press the opposite direction after the geyser. Okay? Teleport into Eric. Double jump here. You have to time this double jump in such a way so you actually get this thing. If you just match, you can get it. If you get it too late, sometimes you get stuck here. So practice that jump. But you see, even that just matching can be a little bit slow. This is the best one, in my opinion. Kinda that one. Then Olaf. Drop there. You can make that drop easier if you do this. And then you can jump out of this platform around this spot a little bit before this even. Okay? Go here. And here you drop with Bylog. So this is not the fastest route. There's a faster route, but I don't recommend it at all. It barely saves time. If you fail like one time, I think you're losing time already. Okay? Which is do a landing boost of the pulley. I don't recommend it for RTA, honestly. For individual levels, sure. But I really feel like you shouldn't do it on RTA. Drop here, Olaf. Do this whole part with Olaf. And then go for the other pulley. Double jump, and then a single jump into Olaf. Drop down here. And then, as soon as Bylog clips into the pulley, you can jump. Then Bylog goes here. And then here, there's like a sick, or not sick, but like clean strat here, where you hug the wall, then boost, and then double jump to land here. Okay? Because otherwise, you're gonna have to jump here. So that thing is like pretty clean, okay? And it goes perfectly with this timing on the pulley, of course. So there I didn't get it. Okay. Then drop here and try to do a landing boost. If you fail it, try it again. Okay, all the early ones, you're gonna land here. It's not that bad. There we got it. Save that. Now, what happens if you get one that is too late? You're gonna drop down. Oh, I dropped down. Okay. So, you gotta go this way, and then from here you can jump. You might get damage. It might suck a lot. Ignore the enemies, and you can go back here. Okay? It's a big time loss, but this is still super worth it. Doing the normal route, it's like an extra minute or so. Okay, so you really want to hit this one. Okay. There you go. Then just go to Bylog. Just leave this guy going down. Grab that. There is a special landing, like a turnaround landing here, similar to Wizard, where you can do this, but it's kind of tricky. Like, I usually just don't get it. There you go. It's tricky, and if Bylog goes all the way down, it's super scary and super scuff. I recommend you for RTA, just go for the tether. Go for it. There. Then you leave Bylog here on the little platform. Change to Olaf. You're gonna press the button, jump with Olaf, change to Bylog. Okay? That's the sequence. Press the button, jump, and change. Sometimes you get damage if you're unlucky. Hopefully you don't. Then early double jump on that geyser to avoid corners. And everyone's teleports. Go to Eric, ram immediately, change to Bylog, kill the dragon. Okay? Ram immediately, change to Bylog, kill the dragon. Then Olaf, here, leave your shield activated after the fart, okay? Don't unpress the shield, because you might get damaged by the fire, okay? So just take your time to adjust. Don't do this, because it can be dangerous, okay? If you get a bad cycle on the fire. So just take your time. It's just a little time loss. Then Bylog, and this can also be tricky. You kind of want to jump here while the other fire is activated. Otherwise you get fired here with Bylog. You can just die on this level, by the way. So every time you can save health, do it. It's important. Bylog goes until here. This little like mount here, it's very useful because if the wizard attacks from below, from here, the attacks miss. Not those ones. When the wizard is where Bylog is, he's gonna miss if you are in the mount. Like that. You see that? So this is kind of a relatively safe spot. Then Olaf. Bring your shield down. And do a fart, but with a turnaround first. Just to defend from the wizard. Then Bylog go down. So this Olaf is completely safe from the wizard. Okay? And then here you can either kill this guy before grabbing the key, like that, or you can just go past him. And there's like a relatively tight strat where you go past him, grab the thing, and hopefully not that. Hang on. Let me see if I can do it. Like that, and then you do a turnaround to avoid the damage. This is tricky, you know? Like, you have to go a little bit farther. It's quite precise. And you might get stun lock and all that. Another thing that works is like going past it, then attack it sometimes. For RT, depending on how I feel, I usually just kill it. Like, I'm usually alright with killing it. But if you're feeling brave, you can try to do this tricky strat. Change to the key. And then here you can time the cycle of Olaf. So you move Olaf like this. Always thinking about the wizard. If you don't feel safe about it, go all the way with dialogue. Okay? What we're trying to do on this part is we want to drop everyone on this speed. Okay? So... and react to the fire, of course. Drop. And now we're gonna drop this guy. You can do a boost cancel to drop this guy. I think you have to cancel. I don't remember. I think there is some pixel alignments here where if you don't cancel, you're gonna land on this side. You don't want that, so I recommend to always cancel. Then change to Bylog. And here we're gonna move everyone together, kinda. So we move Bylog, then fart with Olaf, and then move Eric. Okay? It looks tricky, but it's not that tricky. No, it's actually a little tricky, but you can practice it. It feels very good when you get it. So you move that, and then this. Then you can do a boost switch into Olaf, actually. Okay? So boost switch into Olaf. So Olaf is here, being a shield for the dragon. Then Bylog. Here to kill this dragon, you can either aim diagonally or wait for the dragon to go down. If you wait for it to go down, you can kind of match attack. If you attack diagonally, sometimes it moves out of the way and it gets a little bit crazy. You kind of have to react. I recommend to wait a little bit so you can stun lock it, kind of like that. Then to be faster on this item, you can go back to Eric. Cancel this one so you land there, because if you don't cancel it, he's gonna land too far away. Although it's not that bad, honestly, because you still need to wait for the last item. Just kind of a right. But if you do that, you need to adjust Eric at the end. You're still waiting for the last item, so it's actually kind of right. As long as Eric delivers the item, of course. And there you go. Always match start at the end of Worlds, of course. And now World 3. World 3 is pain. This is like big pain. This is where things get really, really tricky. Like, compared to World 1 and 2. This is where the game scales up a lot. And we're also using a lot of tricky stuff. But, since I'm taking so much water, I'm gonna need another one. Another BRB. These are some big BRB times. I don't want to run out of songs, so I'm just gonna put the playlist, like the game playlist. And come back when I'm like ready. Actually, oh, hang on. There is a very long song that I haven't been able to put. So now might be a good spot. Okay. Enjoy this. And I'll be back. You're back. That is Click. From C418. And from it's from the soundtrack of Cookie Clicker. Because believe it or not, that thing now has a soundtrack. And it's done by the same guy that did the soundtrack of Minecraft. Which is very interesting. But yeah, I went for some empanadas. Got cheese empanadas. And sopaipillas. I don't really know how to translate those two. I don't think there is even a translation for those two. But yeah, so I got some fuel. But yeah, all this water is making me go into the bathroom quite a lot. That's alright. So I can put you some music. And then go for this hell. Alright. War 3. So, this level 3-1 got a very considerable improvement at some point. So we're now doing sequence break, even without special moves. So we're doing early target card, thanks to not wasting the bomb. So I'm gonna show you how that route looks. So start with, you do a boost with Eric, which actually means you can match with Y on this level. You boost with Eric into dropping with Bylog, so like this. Then go back to Eric. So here you can use that thing. You're probably gonna get at least 1 damage on that. Try to avoid getting 2 damage, just to be safe. But getting 1 damage is fine, and usually like normal. Then go here. Be sure to leave Eric on this lower part. Never leave Eric here, because he's gonna get damage later if you leave it here. Leave it around here. Then Olaf. And Olaf needs to land also around here. Okay? So it's important that he's not too close to this spot, because you're gonna lose too much time later. But also not too far away here, because you won't be able to do what we're gonna do. Okay? So land around here, around the middle between the end of the rope and the start of this window in the background. Now we got Bylog. Go up here. You want to drop into Olaf's shield. There. And here you start aligning these guys. So what we're aiming to here, we need to get to a 4 pixel window where we can avoid the spikes after dropping. So with dropping momentum or landing momentum, we can avoid the spikes. But it's 4 pixels and we're a little bit far away from them. So you're gonna switch constantly between Olaf and Bylog to make them advance. So Bylog doesn't drop. Because remember, this game is very... This game is not very generous with ledges. So if you go like here, for instance, this guy will eventually fall. You don't want that. So you don't go all the way. You can go like up to here. Then back to Olaf. If your position here is good, you can do it on 1 switch. Like that. Like around here. Usually you're gonna need more than 1 switch. So let's say, okay, I do it there, there, and then here. So first of all, let me move maybe around there. You're gonna notice if you go too far away, the cannon is gonna start shooting. That's bad, okay? So what you're looking for here is exactly 4 pixels. So the first pixel is not this one. This is the pixel number 0. This one doesn't work, okay? We're gonna call it number 0. It's where you see Olaf has a pixel, a gray pixel in his shield, and there's one moment where that pixel perfectly aligns with the window. There. It looks like almost like it's part of the window, okay? Like it feels that little spot that is missing. This is the same color. That is pixel number 0. That one doesn't work. But after this, there, that's number 1. That works. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4. Those 4 work perfectly all the time, okay? So as long as you land, you know, like on one of those pixels, you're fine. You can always use pixel number 0 as a reference if you want, and then go 1 later. Or you can just try to land on these pixels. Again, it's 4, so it's not that hard to land there. But you can always feel free to, you know, adjust a little bit. Even if you adjust for like 20 seconds, it's still faster than the normal vanilla route, which is awful, okay? So from here, you can change to Bylog and just hold right, and you're gonna skip the spikes, okay? Just believe it. And as long as you are on these pixels, it will work, okay? If you are on this pixel, pixel number 0, you should never be there, by the way. This is like not guaranteed. There I got it, but it's very, very not guaranteed. Some pixels work with Bylog, some doesn't. But when you are on 1 to 4 pixel, no matter what is the Bylog position, you always gonna get the landing momentum on the spikes, okay? And there you go. There you skip the block, and that means you have an extra bomb. So now we're gonna go here. Here you also need to hover or fart over the spikes, which can be tricky with the cannon, but you can do it as long as you change your shield fast. There, you didn't got it. I didn't got it. Why? Because I was low on the previous part. Okay, so let's do that again. So I'm gonna show you. As long as you do your swaps correctly, this is guaranteed. Okay, so there, and then you have enough time here before the cannonball. Okay, then keep going. Here, grab the key, go up, and as soon as you go up again here, change to Eric. You can do a boost cancel there. So the boost will always go above the spikes. The cancel is actually not mandatory because it's kind of an auto cancel after the little gap, but still cancel it so you don't go into the other spikes. Okay, it's relatively safe. It's not like a hard cancel or anything. Then back to Olaf. Open this. Go back to Eric. You're gonna ram into the wall when you fall, and as soon as you touch the wall, you use the bomb. Okay. So then when you touch the wall, use the bomb, not before, okay? Because you might do it too early. If you do it too early, like let's say around here, that might be too early. I'm not sure if this is too early. I think that's fine. Yeah, but sometimes the bomb lands too much to the left and it doesn't explode the blocks. So be sure to hug the wall, then go back to Olaf. With the shield up, drop, and then drop Bylog into Olaf. Back to Eric, grab this, and then boost into the elevator and into Olaf. So Olaf goes up. Drop the shield, prepare Bylog to kill this guy. Then Eric. And as soon as Eric lands on the platform, you move Olaf. So he lands on the platform, Olaf, to cover this, go farther away from the platform. Like around here is fine. Bylog, Eric. Oh, never forget to grab this thing, okay? You want to grab that with Eric immediately. Then you can go down, go to this one. Here, I recommend you put Olaf on this side for this next part, because here it's gonna get more momentum. So then here you have two options. If you do this, you can go one swing and go here. And it's better to do it from this side because you get more momentum on that swing than this. That is a little bit slower, just a tiny bit. Okay. Or you can do an arm boost, but that can be tricky, okay? So the arm boost is you press Y at the same frame you grab the tether, and then you can jump out of it and hold left. It can be tricky, like if you don't get your timing too, you might get something like that. For instance, if you failed it like too late, you might still land here, but if you don't react correctly, you might fall, okay? So it's up to you. It saves some time, and it's really cool, but it's 3 frames, okay? Then destroy this. You can attack this guy from around here. Totally fine. You don't have to go all the way. And just match Y, because the kid is gonna talk to you. There you go. Then grab the diamond. And here we can do another boost. This one I always try to go for. Because if you don't get it, like if you get it too late, you're gonna damage there. It's fine. If you get it too early, you're gonna stay on the tether. It's also fine. Like later you can like drop or whatever. If you get it and you want to change to Eric, by the way, this is what's gonna happen. Come on. I'm not getting it. There you go. So you change to Eric, drop down, then change back to Bylog. So this is still tricky, okay? Like if you don't feel confident with this timing, don't do it. Because here you have to change to Bylog in time, so he doesn't drop. Because if you don't, he's gonna drop here. So you have to do it in time, so you can react to do this, okay? You can't just hold left here. I mean, no, you actually can, but you need to do it like right on time, okay? Then Olaf, and you can land here. Okay, otherwise, if let's say you get an early or whatever, you can do that, then drop, and just do like slightly slower finish. Okay, that's totally fine. Okay, Redo. Redo is another tricky level. This is also a big reset point. So the biggest reset part is right at the beginning. So actually, if you just die, you can. If your PV is not that optimized, you can still go for the run. You know, it's fine because you won't lose more than 40 seconds, I guess, dying there, or maybe up to a minute. It's not that terrible, but it's terrible depending on how optimized you are. So you're gonna boost into the blocks and then change to Bylog, okay? So what you're aiming for here is you wanna see this pirate here for the least amount of frames possible. So you can either, that is 0 frames, okay? This is like a little bit of frames. And this is too much, okay? So, because he turned around and all that. If this happens, the next part is gonna be tricky, okay? You wanna see it at least as possible, so you can do the next part very clean. And I'll show you how that looks. So, there we see it for just a tiny bit. Then go with Bylog. Here, you can land here If you land here and don't move the camera, you can destroy the target before the cannon exists. Okay? So it's just there. You can also like go slower on this part to be sure that you land there. You really, really don't want any damage with Bylog. And like this is a tricky level. You want to save as much health as you can. Okay? Then go here. And here, be prepared to drop immediately. If you don't feel confident, you can wait for a cycle in the cannon. Okay? Drop once you pass the cannon, like around here, you can change to Eric. And hold Y to buffer a boost. Okay? So, boost, and then another boost. So the first boost is cancelled by the gap. And then the second one, you can just buffer it to get rid of this. This works because, again, the first one is cancelled, so it doesn't hit the pirate. But if you've seen the pirate too many frames at the beginning, he will be on a different position, and you will hit it. And that's gonna be very rough, okay? So if this happens, after the ramp, you go Olaf, you advance a little bit, until Eric gets damage, or before Eric gets damage, so you get ready to drop Eric here, and just get 1 damage with Eric. Very important. Never get more than 1 damage. If you get more than 1 damage, you grab the beer. And even when you get 1 damage, which is normal, depending on how confident you feel with this level, get the beer anyways. It's like very useful on no special moves. And for RTA, it's not that much time. I think it's worth it. Okay? Then you can move Olaf, because the pirate's still in kind of a good spot. Then Eric. Grab this thing. While you go up, you can move Olaf a little bit and position Olaf here. Then keep going up. And then here, you're gonna ram into this thing. Okay, so let's save here a little bit. And let me go back to see if I can show you a worse pirate. That might work. So you can see how it looks. Okay, so this is a very bad pirate. Alright? So you see, okay, I got damage already. And the pirate's still there. From there, you kind of just have to react. And maybe try to kill it or do that. You know, I got lucky there. But you can always, like, set up Olaf close to a ledge. Stuff like that. Try to go for it again or try to kill it. It can be nasty. So, and sometimes it even feels RNG. Like, I feel that you always get it if you don't see it very much at the beginning. But sometimes it still happens. So, be prepared for it. Okay? Okay, now let's go back to this. So we're here. Ram into this. Bylog. Tether into Olaf. Fart again. Bylog. And on this spot, if you're here, you can either do an extra swing like this, or just like in the previous level, you can do an arm cancel. I mean arm boost, like that. It only works from this spot. If you're hugging the wall, it won't work, because you're going like you have too much momentum to go back. Okay? You can always try to go for it. If you get it too early, it's like whatever. Then as soon as you press Y here for the target, change to Eric. So you can make this on this first cycle. Otherwise you're gonna have to wait for a cycle. Then here, I recommend to go with Bylog first. Because you never want to do this with Bylog, where you touch the platform. Like, let's say you go with Olaf first, and Bylog like that movement right there, it's very scary. Because sometimes you're gonna clip into the lower part of the elevator with Bylog. If that happens, he's stuck and it's over. Like, you have to reset the loop. There's no way out. So I always recommend leaving Bylog here before the elevator arrives. Then you can change to Olaf, then Bylog. And you can try to do stuff with the other characters while you wait for the elevator, you know? But the important part is that everyone gets to this spot, okay? Once everyone gets to here, you can go for Bylog. And here's a part that is a little tricky. You have 2 cycles to do this. You try to hit this from this side, okay? Again, 2 cycles for that, 6 frames. If you don't get it, it's fine. Let's don't get it. Okay, I missed it. If you missed it, you go to Eric, go all the way down here, destroy this thing. We're gonna turbo, and then go up to open this door. Okay, that's what you do. Is you missed it, and then you gotta go down again, and then you do the Olaf part. Okay, that is bad, of course, but that's the backup. Ideally, what you want to do is hit it, and if you're too close, like there, too close to the wall, you actually have only 1 cycle, so 3 frames. Now, if you're farther away, like here, you have 2 cycles, so it's 6 frames. Okay, so that's 6 frames. Then here you go with Eric, drop down, and then here, be sure to fart here without your shield up. So Olaf takes the key faster. Okay, so you fart, go to Eric, switch boost into Bylog, all that. Okay, so actually wait a little bit here. So he actually grabs the key, otherwise he's out of camera. If you get him completely out of camera, later you can just do a boost. A fart for that. Okay. Just wait a little bit. Then here, Eric. Okay, Eric here. Here, drop from these blocks without Y. Okay, don't do this. Don't call Y because you're gonna land here. You wanna drop without Y, and then when you're here, you can just press Y all the way, get an auto cancel in the ledge, and go for the blocks. Okay? So don't press Y there. Just run. Then Bylog. Press that thing. Go there. Then Olaf. And then here, there is one window where you can do this. I think if you do it too quickly, like sometimes you get caught by this little ceiling like that. If that happens, you're gonna destroy the blocks with Eric later, okay? But ideally you wanna get the blocks like this. Then Eric, when you fall here, fall with a double jump. Because that way you don't go all the way down, okay? If you drop like this, you go all the way down here. But if you drop with a double jump, this happens, you cancel your momentum. Then go here, change there, change to Eric. As soon as you activate the last elevator, you can jump with Eric. Jump and move everyone while you jump with Eric. Then you can do a boost swap there into Olaf. use the key, and once you use the key, leave Olaf here, okay? This is important because of some manipulation we're doing on a pirate. Okay, so from here we're gonna go Eric. Eric goes here. From here you double jump. And then that has to be a slightly higher double jump. And then boost there, okay? And then from that boost, change to Bylog. Here, you can either do double swing, like this. Or just like the other levels. That. And here, the manipulation is so the pirate doesn't attack Eric. That said, sometimes it doesn't work. I think that's the case now. So always be prepared to react with Eric very fast. Hopefully you're gonna leave Bylog around here and boost with Eric. And then react after the damage. Okay? So let's see how it goes. Yeah, okay, so the manipulation actually worked. Because of the camera. So, again, sometimes the pirate goes for Eric. If it gets too messy, you can try to adjust so you don't get killed, or save it with Bylog, etc. In this case, it went very good. And then back here, boost switch. You leave Bylog on the trampoline, and then Eric here. You can activate the trampoline and then jump and do this whole sequence. It's tricky, okay? If you don't feel confident, this is the easy strat. Just that, and then Eric. The more tricky strat is to jump right after this, and mid-air you change to Bylog. There is actually some time to do this. It's not as hard as it looks. Then here, when you get to Eric, you can change back to Eric, do a boost switch, and then back to Bylog again. This is guaranteed to always land there because of this ledge, okay? You won't go all the way down. It's fine. And then here you drop with this guy. Drop with this guy too. Then Olaf, go here. Bylog. And with this Bylog, instead of just switching to the key, you can trade this. And that switches automatically to a key. And it's better if Olaf has this item, okay? Open the door. Eric. Or Olaf. Go here. You can take the damage here. And then match Y for a fart after that. And then drop here. Deliver the item. Put the shield up. Then Eric. Bylog. You can do that way faster actually. Eric, Bylog. Eric, Bylog, Eric. Oh boy. That's like half of the game. Still not half of the game actually. And I'm a little bit tired. Might switch to the Spelunky just to relax a little bit and like continue the day. It's really a lot of work, more than I thought it would be. Oh boy. Give me a second. Because this is a long level too. You know what I could do? I could do a run. You know? Oh, hang on. Yeah, I guess I'm doing like maybe a couple runs. Because that is a way to distract from this. So we were on drink.
Forget it.
Alright.
Forget it.
I'll do a couple runs. Because I don't actually talk a whole lot during runs. And then you can see the tutorial shit in action, I guess. Even though this won't be on the final tutorial.
Forget it.
It's getting colder. No whole why. Yeah, I'm actually getting like a fair amount of wind on the window. Not the biggest fan. really good. Was a gold with super armor for sure. How you doing, Baggy Man? Thank you for the lurks. And a good luck. Ooh, interesting. They turn around after the hit. Just a little bit, I guess. Still better than getting damage out of camera. Spend some time on that text. Nice. One bad switch. Oh, that was so good. Like, that was looking like such a good level War 1. That's all it takes.
Forget it.
Like, yeah, I tried to go back to Olaf as a backup, but the swap didn't work, and so I walked all the way with Fang. Nice. Holy shit, that's a lot. Whoa. I have no idea I could do that. Like, I wonder if that is technically an IL PV, you know, with the IL loading times. Kind of want to time it. It's kind of incredible that I can be -1 on the first level. I had no idea. Also, it's gonna be about 1 month. We're like 1 month away from GDQ, from my GDQ day. I wonder if like I should start preparing like from now. I really wonder. Like I don't actually know how much I should prepare. I feel like I should at least do some no resets soon, even if they're bad. Oops. Yeah, I guess we're gonna do that. Which probably means I won't have a lot of time to do more casual December. Because then I'll have too many things. You know, with casual December, Spelunky, which is on always, and then 2 speed games. Seems like a lot of stuff. You know, that's kind of a good strat, just leaving Biolog down for safety. Kind of like this. Well, I'm not entirely sure, because the skellies can be bad with Eric. This is a weird level at the end. I couldn't even get the best insight on the tutorial because of how random it can be. Well, that was a big hitbox. Try to jump there, I guess. That was the last cycle. I don't know why I'm climbing that ladder. Sure. That's the thing, I can be minus 20. Pretty much almost minus 20 at World 1. Sometimes I like minus 5 and that sucks. I kinda slept at, at the beginning of this level. Fuck you. That was close to a goal. That's pretty good. Nice. It's super armor hit, but not that it matters, I think. It might matter actually. Like a tiny bit. Took a bunch of time. Ooh. Let's leave it there. Dummy. still good. Okay, Scorch, that's good. Violet is bad. We don't want Scorch to die though. Sure. I mean, it's dead. All right. We survive, wizard. Wizard, gizzard, and lizard. Holy shit. That was close. That was like a little heart attack for no reason. Okay, Olaf takes one. Interesting. Here we go. One of those. Not going without a fight. Nice. Been a while since that happened in a run. Fuck you. You're killing, mate. Good thing I killed the knight. God. God. Okay, I don't like this. I might die. I'll go safe. Like all the way with this guy. Whoa, that was an interesting backup, I guess. I need to go safe on that. Losing a lot of time on this level. God. Jeez. Alright. Not a whole lot I can do about that. That might have been too much. Okay. Go. Alright, here we go. Backups. Whatever. Well, I lose a lot of time on Redo. Game betrayed me. But I reacted to it. Reacted to a traitor. One damage is fine. Two sucks. Celerio. Thanks. I don't know if that's gonna do it. Whoa, it did it. Okay, good. I'm happy. How's it going? Good. How is you going though? Yeah, no time, no see. Were you able to stream from different lands? Nice, okay. No, where do you go? Down. Don't go down. This guy's alive. Whoa, that was definitely not something I want to see. God. It was Piolita. You haven't found a schedule yet? I see. That's very scary. Almost taking fall damage. Oh, this sucks. I wanna pee. That's not great. Because I'm like halfway in the run. Or not even halfway. So I'm not looking completely forward for this run. Because that distracts me. Go safe. Now maybe this is gonna make me play better. Like, you know, there's this thing that happened to me at university. Some bit. Ooh. Where I was a very anxious person in general. And yeah, actually I can't have enough concentration to explain all that. I also don't know if I want to explain it right now. I'll say that history in a different time. It's alright. This game just took too much from me. Sure. Okay. Last pixel of the fire, I guess. Oh god. Is it really that much? Holy shit. Oh, but you can stream. It's just that you wish you were on better hours in Chile? For like viewership, you mean? Or... Nice. Not quite. Double damage. Let's go. I keep counting that double damage. It's not actually double damage, it's a double hit. It's just one damage. Just get hit twice. Suck. Oh, you suck. It's actually I that I suck. Because you're not playing the game. Maybe I'm talking to the game. Telling the game that it sucks. The open window doesn't help too. With my bathroom necessities. Sure. Losing time here too. Am I? Oh, I guess not. Okay, I'm surprised. I don't like this. Run's fine. I just really want to go to the bathroom, and I hate it. So I don't know if I can do this. Super sucks. That I might not be able to do this just because of human necessities. Not even the RNG or my execution. Please make it, thanks. That's close. This is going clean at least. Okay. Close the windows at least. I will be alright resetting here. Even though it's a very good start for Dark. Not sure where he died. I think he got caught by the blocks. I'm alright with that. I don't really care. I really need to go. Fucking hell. Alright, so I'll finish here. I'll continue the tutorial tomorrow. Or no, actually not tomorrow. I'm not sure. One day. And I think I need to start going some Eternal too. Like exchange between this and Eternal probably. Because yeah, it's just 1 month for GDQ. And yeah, we'll finish the thing on a different day. I was so not concentrated at the end of this. Like I need to run now. Anyway, thank you everyone for watching, and I see you on another day. Bye bye.